ladies and gentlemen, we are here. If you're passing through with Promenade, we're getting ready for some Steelpan, and we know we're celebrating World Steelpan Day. We celebrated yesterday, and we continue these celebrations today as well. We celebrated the youths. Today is Steelpan on the Promenade. And of course, if you are hearing my voice, you're close, but I want you to come closer. If you hear my voice, message a friend, shoot a call to somebody and tell them, come down on the Promenade right now. We're right here between Central Bank and Dairy Queen. We are here taking over the streets. We are here definitely having some fun. It's Punch and Bagel, and we welcome each and every one of you to Steelpan on the Promenade, where we're celebrating the youths, and of course, August is Steelpan Month, and Steelpan Month is August. Are you gonna park and come back, right? Are you sure? Don't mama guy, no, you know. Park and come back. We are here for a nice long time. We want you to enjoy yourself. Those of us who taking time out of the office, I appreciate it. I see your efforts. Don't worry. Your boss, your supervisor understands. It's all about the culture. It's all about the relevance of the instrument, and of course, showing that support for our young people of Trinidad and Tobago. So if you're taking a little break from the office, stay a little while. We're here. Today's only Tuesday. You have the rest of the week to finish your own time missing right now. I appreciate all that. I see all the stand up on the steps. People from the church, you just give my little wave. I see all there. Give my little wave. Yeah, I see all them outside. We love it, we love it, we love it. We are here, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting the word. We are going to start in just a few minutes. So we thank you for your patience. We thank you for the energy that you've given us. And of course, as we say thanks for the energy, we say thanks to our Steelpan ambassadors, NGC, the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, and of course, BPTT, our Steelpan ambassadors, not just throughout Panorama, but throughout the entire year. And of course, we know it's Punch and Bagel and the youth arm of Punch and Bagel. Let's go.
Again, you don't stay home or what?
When you do it, I will do it.
I say no, me, I say, I ain't see Radical logo, we got arrested today.
In the sun, Martin?
Yeah, I don't get enough sun.
Okay. I think there's a sprinkle rain happening, however.
Nah. Yeah, there's a sprinkle.
Alright, and then we have phase 2 here.
There's plenty pan, boys.
Yeah. The close of the whole back end of the square, basically.
I burned last night, you know.
I was looking for nothing good.
Boy, I get my ass. First of all, I didn't know which band was playing, you know. You ask 1,000,001 people, they should announce it properly. Eventually, when they get their shit from the band, I'm begging people to go through. But they know how they just get done.
Yeah.
And luckily, I meet 2 people from Panton Bago, South Central.
The guy was escorting in the black. I saw when that was.
Besides that, a girl, 2 girls, and they kinda help me navigate through the crowd.
Okay.
But I stay a lot longer this year than before. Last year I leave after the second bar.
Boy, Martin, that heat mashed me up, boy. I was dehydrated at the end of that.
Claustrophobia in our club, you know?
Yeah. Watch now, it's a good thing my stick does go high.
Yeah.
That's what saved me.
But let me tell you the truth. I buy a stick like yours, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's only because of that I could do coverage in that crowd. Last, I had the normal small stick, that's a waste of a good time. And before that, it was just the camera. So you had the angling real good. How are you going, boss?
Alright, so we're here, we on spot, we just waiting phase 2, I think is the first band, and it just goes in a straight line going down. So we here, we ready. Yeah, no one, no. Alright, so welcome in everybody. Hello. We are here yet at another relentless pan event. Hello. Yeah, of course. Y'all play you're actually one of the, I wouldn't say you're a new band, you're not, but I just discovered you're like some years ago. Y'all play really good.
Well, I'm a parent of a player anyway, but now we have an event at the end of this month. I don't know if you...
Please don't tell me it's the 29th or the 30th. Oh my goodness, why is everybody having an event there? Which one is it?
It's 29th actually.
In where? What day is that?
It's a Friday.
What time?
7 till midnight after.
Actually, I may be able to. Okay. Yeah. If I wouldn't be there, I would have a partner that streams as well on my same channel, so I'll just send it. I'd have to. I don't know where that location is.
You have an email after this and your location?
So exactly the name you're seeing here, RadicleTube at yahoo.com. Yeah, not the normal ways for Radical, CLE, yeah?
Yes.
At yahoo.com. So I would love to make it, so you'll send me.
I'll send you this evening when I go down.
No problem.
Thank you.
Alright, saying hi again to everybody. Good day, good afternoon. I don't know how much pan events we've covered so far. This feels like it's number 10 or something, but we are here at yet another one. This is dubbed Pan on the Park. Well, Pan on the Promenade basically. Brian Lara Promenade. So. No, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
We are here, ladies and gentlemen. You hear the sound of my voice. You're a little bit closer. I want you to come closer. You're now taking your lunch break and you're walking back to the office. You're now starting your lunch break. Time to passion.
Alright, just making sure, do we have good audio check, good video check?
Steelpan on the Promenade Youth Edition. We have some amazing Youth Steel Orchestras here this afternoon from South Dakota, Spain.
Hey Kate.
From the east to the
Hey
west.
KG, I remember you.
And we're going to ask all the youths to come to the center. We're going to ask the guys on the left and the guys on the right to please come down to the center stage where we're going to have the official program started. We're going to invite each and every one of our youth bands, all of the beautiful jerseys and the uniforms.
Well, I'll be right back then, Martin.
Please do to Hilltoppers, to Superior, to Fort Clear, to Despers, to Renegades.
Yes, son, yes, thank you for the bands in chat, wonderful.
Come down to the center as we're gonna have our official program starting.
Wait, who posted it? Let me pin it one time.
3 minutes. So we're gonna invite all of our bands and their representatives, the parents, all the players to make their way to the center. Despers, Fort Clear, everybody make your way to the center. As in just a few minutes, we're going to start the official program. And so, come into the center. We're going to gather just in front of the flagpoles by the NGC photo booth right here. We're going to gather right in front of the NGC photo booth and the pantry bingo tent by the DJ. Of course, we're going to keep the roadway clear. But of course, we gather right here in front of the NGC photo booth and the pantry bingo official tent. So right here in this little part of the promenade right here by the DJ booth. This is what we're going to do. So we're going to go back to the music just for a little bit. Just for a little bit, we're going back to the music. And so, of course, here we go. Yes, very low. We have a vehicle that needs to attend to their vehicle right now, owner PEJ 1183, the driver of PEJ 1183. Please attend to your vehicle. Thank you very much.
Nah, you good.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Manuel Joseph. I'll be serving as your master of ceremonies this afternoon. We're going to invite each and every one of us to please stand. Please stand at attention where you are as we have a recording of the national anthem of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago being played over the sound system. So please stand where you are for the national anthem of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And as we remain standing, we're going to have the opening prayer as we invite each and every one of us to bow our heads in reverence. Almighty Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this opportunity to be in the land of the living once again. We thank you for this instrument that you have blessed not just us steel pannists with, but you have blessed our nation, our Caribbean region, and the world with. We thank you for all the many great pioneers that you have set before us that have made so many great innovations to the art form and the fraternity. We thank you for this day where you are allowing us to experience great weather as you speak it into your name, that we will have great weather for this wonderful evening and this wonderful afternoon of performances. We thank you for these young people of Trinidad and Tobago that could choose to do so many other things, but they choose to come to the Panyard to learn music, to learn culture, to learn history, and to learn teamwork and togetherness. We thank you for all the many organizations represented here today. We thank you for the central and regional executives of Pan Trinbago. We thank you for the entity that is Pan Trinbago. And of course, we thank you for the opportunity to be here in this moment. We ask that you guide each and every performance, each and every speech, each and every interaction that we have this afternoon. We ask that you bless the traffic, bless all the surrounding and moving parts of this afternoon's program. And we ask that your will be done. In your name we pray. Amen. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome and good afternoon. Can I get some noise for Steelpan? We are here on Independence Square, and of course we would like to acknowledge all of our sponsors here this afternoon. Especially we'd like to acknowledge our Steelpan ambassadors, BPTT and NGC. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of the president of Pan Trinbago, Mrs. Beverly Ramsey Moore. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. And of course, she is on her way. We acknowledge the Honorable Michelle Benjamin, Minister of Culture and Community Development. And it is my honor as Master of Ceremonies this afternoon to welcome you officially
On behalf of the President, Beverly Ramsey Moore, the Central Executive and the dedicated regional executives of Pan Trinbago, and by extension the youth arm of Pan Trinbago, in proud partnership with the Ministry of Culture and Community Development, we extend a heartfelt and joyous welcome to each and every one of you to Steelpan on the Promenade, the youth edition. Today we gather not only to celebrate our national instrument, the Steelpan, but to shine a well-deserved spotlight on the incredible talent, creativity, and passion of our young steel pannists. This event is a vibrant testament to the future of our culture, a future in capable hands guided by the traditions of excellence, innovation, and unity that have defined the Steelpan movement for decades. We thank you for joining us in this special celebration, and we invite you to immerse yourself in the rhythms, the melodies, and the magic that only the Steelpan can create. And together, let us applaud our youth, our culture, and the enduring spirit of the Steelpan family. So welcome one and all to Steelpan on the Promenade, the youth edition, where the next generation takes center stage. And coming to center stage, we are thrilled to welcome the stage our Steelpan ambassador and steadfast partner. They continually invest in the next generation of talent. Their support for Pan Trinbago has helped create multiple opportunities for young people to learn, play, and shine, keeping the Steelpan alive and vibrant for years to come. BPTT's dedication is more than sponsorship. It's an investment in the dreams of our young musicians, empowering them to carry the Steelpan forward with passion, pride, and purpose. Representing BPTT, whose commitment helps ensure that the voices and rhythms of our youth are heard far and wide, please put your hands together for Mr. Ryan Chetram, Vice President of Communications and External Affairs at BPTT.
Thank you, Manuel. Thank you very much, Emmanuel, and I'll take the time to recognize all of my good friends at Pan Trinbago. I see you, and I'll stand on the protocols that have already been established. Thanks for giving us the opportunity as a sponsor to be here today. And I would just like to say maybe belated Happy World Steelpan Day, yesterday being World Steelpan Day, so I guess we're still celebrating. Why is BP here as a sponsor? BP has been a part of this country's development since 1961 through our forerunner company, Amoco. And in this last year, we found ourselves as a partner, as a PAN ambassador. And in that now 64 going on 65 years, we've been known for investing in the development of oil and gas, but we have also been investing in arts and culture and in people and in youth. So to the youth here today, I want to just say from BP, as a PAN ambassador, you are the future of the Steelpan movement. And the importance of us investing in the Steelpan movement and in youth is to ensure that we partner with Pan Trinbago so that there's a pipeline of talent that continues to feed and support the Steelpan movement. But to the youth that are here today, from my own observations and my work with Pan Trinbago and Renegades, hopefully Renegades folks are here, you guys are hearing me, you would know that Pan takes you places. In Trinidad, you will be taken into very important places. You will meet the president, the prime minister, you will go to the Red House, you will go to the president's their own residence, you'll meet business people. But Pan also takes you internationally. Yesterday I saw All Stars was in New York. So to the young people here, if you apply yourself and excel, Pan will take you places. The Renegades captain is right now, I think, in Japan, or on her way back from Japan. So you have to know that Pan, this instrument, invests in the time. If you do it well and excel, it'll take you places. People in performing arts, if you know them, typically are driven by passion. But it takes more than passion to do this thing that you love. And that's where sponsors like BP, that's where we have a role to play. And so for that reason,
I encourage other corporate citizens, just like NGC has done and BP has done, to come on board and partner with organizations that support art and culture, like Pantry and Bagel, to fuel passion. And I use the word invest. You have to understand the difference between investing and spending. When you spend, it may not come back, but when you invest, you get a return. And in investing in the youth, we will see a return in years to come as the movement grows. So thank you very much, Pantry and Bagel, for allowing us to be a partner. And I wish you all the best today as you have fun playing the music that you've dedicated your time to. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chitram from the BPTT. So, they have continuously invested in the arts and culture and of course the youth. And now it's time to introduce a young woman who has definitely invested in the youth and the arts and culture. Ladies and gentlemen, and all our young stars of the Steelpan movement, the woman we are about to welcome is driven by one mission: to see youth rise, to see you rise, and to see you shine, and to see all the youths achieve everything that is possible. She leads with her heart, she dreams with youths in mind, and she works every single day to ensure that the next generation of pannists have opportunities that go beyond the stage, opportunities to grow, to lead, and to transform the world with your talent. Her vision is clear: a future where every young panelist has the support, the resources, and the confidence to chase their dreams without limits. She believes in your potential even when you doubt yourself, and she will never stop fighting to create pathways for youths to succeed. She is more than a president, more than just a mentor. She is a motivator and a true guardian of our future in the Steelpan movement. With the loudest cheers and the warmest passion, let us bring to the stage the woman whose passion fuels our purpose. Let's welcome the president of Pantry and Bagel, President Beverly Ramsey Moore.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Great. So we have a number of young people here with us today. But let me take this opportunity to acknowledge our ambassador, Steelpan ambassador from BP. Where is he? Always there with us. Members of the media, you are here in your numbers, and let me acknowledge you for the promotional work that you do. Members of the central and regional executive, distinguished Steelpan enthusiasts, all our young people present here today. Where are the Hilltoppers young people? Are you here with us? Hilltoppers, where are they? Right there. What about Heritage Petroleum Deltone's youth? Are you here with us? Yes, they are right there. Fontclair Juniors. Desperados youth. FCB Supernovas young people. They're quite in the back. Tropical Angel Hops. Shell Invaders. Oh God, they're on their way. Massey Trinidad All Stars. BP Renegades. Feel the energy. Feel the energy of our young people. In Pantry and Bagel, we say that youth is the springtime of life. And in terms of continuum, in terms of taking the legacy further, we depend on all our young people in the movement to take up the baton from where we have left off. And so today, as we celebrate our young people, let me say happy International Youth Day to all the young people in Trinidad and Tobago and around the world. Trinbago stands extremely proud of our youth leaders. And as I say youth leaders, you all know I like to ask the Trinbago Youth Arm to just join me on stage to give me some energy whilst I have to say what I have to say. Ronica and others. Youth Arm members, it's important that you join me on stage as we salute all our young leaders, as we salute all our steel band leaders. As a steel band manager myself, I know the hard work that we do in keeping our young people in the safe and sacred spaces of our panyards. We welcome them in to play the music, but we do much more than the music. We ensure that they are well trained, we ensure that they are empowered, we ensure that we prepare them to live meaningful lives in this society. Trinbago as an organization manages over 300 steel bands. We manage over 300 steel bands, and we have several, out of those steel bands I should say, we have several youth bands. And so whilst we say PAN is community soul, we say that because when you talk about the young people, you talk about their parents, you talk about their uncles, you talk about their aunts, and so PAN is very much family oriented. And so we continue to make this invaluable contribution where we pour into their lives using the steel pan and our bands as a vehicle for social transformation. Our business is to turn out decent citizens here in Trinidad and Tobago. And I can guarantee you that not one of these young people will end up as a social statistic here in Trinidad and Tobago. We ensure that we take them away from a life of crime. We ensure that they are prepared not to thrive in poverty. We ensure that they're able to gain proper jobs here in Trinidad and Tobago. And as leaders, we are going to continue to support our youth in PAN, as we know PAN is transformative and PAN can take them anywhere in the world, as we have seen where BP would have just mentioned that the youth leader who is not here, Mrs. Candice Andrews Bromant, is in Japan empowering students in Japan through the National Musical Instrument of Trinidad and Tobago. And so today we are gathered here to taking the action from a number of our youth bands. And as I stand here as president, and I'm sure my executive and the youth leaders also, they are extremely proud of the work. And I want to take this opportunity to say, as we stand in the capital, I was very happy because we were a bit confused. And so when our line minister made the statement that under her leadership, we will see the completion of our headquarters right here in the city of Port of Spain, we trust. We trust, and I want you to send a loud round of applause to our line minister, letting her know that we heard all that she has said. And we look forward to the beginning of the construction, because we know for a fact that monies were allocated for our headquarters in this year's budget. But whilst we give them time to settle in, we look forward to that construction of our headquarters on the waterfront, right in front of the Hyatt Hotel and the Radisson Hotel. We expect that the work will begin soon, so that you will have a proper space to come to see your president and to see your officers, and not only a space for office, but also a space for business enterprise, that we can raise additional revenue on the waterfront. Another challenge that we are sending out right now, and I've been saying it, we can pause on the construction of community centers and upgrade panyards. No longer must you leave the panyard to go to the bush. No longer you need proper bathrooms. And we have been building community centers, spending millions on community centers. That is very good. But the space where we have our young people and our senior citizens gathered for the entire day and until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, we need assistance, not only from government, but we as Steelpan leaders will also invest. We need corporate support, but most importantly, we need government to upgrade facilities as we do the work to prevent our young people from getting involved in idle activities or getting involved in destructive activities. We want the infrastructure being put in so that we who are giving freely of our services will be able to train them in an enabling environment so that they can become the best of themselves. And then we had other good news last night. The good news is, and we are hoping that we will include our young people in the list that we send in so that you too can receive your $1,000 or your $1,500 or the increase that the minister has pledged to give, that all of you young people from the youth bands will not receive the panorama remittances. And so we look forward to that. We work extremely hard. And I want you to know that whilst we are saying that as leaders here in the movement, we too play a role in the governance of this country as a civil society organization. Let them not say or let no one tell you that all we are doing is asking and begging. No, we are not asking and begging. As a Steelpan leader, when I leave my home at 4 and 5 o'clock in the evening, and I spend 10, 11, 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning holding our young people, nobody pays me for that. And that is the contribution that we make voluntarily to support our young people. So today is all about Youth Day, International Youth Day. Today it is all about you showing off your talent, the things that you have learned in your panniards. Panchonbego loves you. You are the future of the legacy. You are the gatekeepers. And we welcome all of you here today. Let's have a wonderful time. It's Pan, Steelpan, and more Steelpan. The future of the nation, our young people, take it away right here on the Brian Lara Promenade. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
We say thank you, our president of Panchonbego, Mrs. Beverly Ramsey Moore. All they realize that as soon as she started to talk, the clouds going away and the sun started to shine. All they realize that the words have power, ladies and gentlemen. And she said something that is very important. Today is our day. If you are youth and you play Steelpan, somebody make some noise. And I want to direct you all. I'm going to gently take off this clipped mic. Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to be moving us, the program, all the way down to the next side because we have our very first band. Our very first band is down on this side, opposite Dairy Queen. Okay. So we have PEG 1138. The police are asking you to move your vehicle. PEG 1138. We have a next vehicle as well. PBX 6788. TBX 6788. Please attend to your vehicle. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're hearing the sound of my voice, we want you all to make your way down to opposite Dairy Queen. All the pan players, Desperados, Supernovas, all the bands that are gathered on this side in front of Central Bank. We invited all of you patrons to make your way down to right opposite Dairy Queen. We're heading to a band that hails from Woodbrook, a band that is
from the Panyard comes a powerhouse of young talent, carrying the legendary Phase 2 legacy into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, you hear my voice, we are walking to Queen. We are going to be hearing the songs with skill, energy, and pure passion.
Okay, guys, let's put next there. Thank you. Yeah, but
Yeah, he like that, yeah? He do me that.
boy, my phone overheat with that little stairs over there. You're so short, I don't know why you lost it.
I don't know why, but you know,
But I appreciate it.
it was
I
always,
appreciate it as always.
there's kind of problem. But there's no problem.
Just a humid air going on.
Okay, everyone. I just want to let you know that we have a legend in our midst.
Excuse me.
The Honorable Dr. Len Bugby Sharp. Is he here?
Yes! Woo-hoo! Yes!
Pantrin Bago. Pantrin Bago. The mic is coming.
Yeah, wait for the mic, wait for the mic.
Too far from the system? Okay. Pantrin Bago has named Dr. Sharp, our living legend, as our youth ambassador for 1 year. Yeah? And so he is, of course, going to be a mentor to a number of our youth camps. As a matter of fact, this year, in the Steelpan community, we held 33 youth camps. 33 youth camps. And so Dr. Sharp is going to visit those camps, and he's going to continue doing that for an entire year. So we celebrate the living legend.
Yes!
Yes! We move to the other band, ladies and gentlemen. One more song? One more song. One more song, and then we move to the other band.
Yes!
Thank you.
Nah, it's fine, it's fine. No, don't worry. Don't worry about it. Nah. I'll go in along with them. Hello there. I don't know what to say, no? Oh, I get put in place by the Panchon Big old lady boy. Yeah, what?
I'm depending on you, huh?
Of course. Well, I see on stream, boy. Eyes on nothing YouTuber, and that's the mighty Panchon Big old woman, so. I'd accept my playing place, man, there, boy. Papa, yo. Get through. Anyway, I maintain a good vibe. Forgetting that scene.
And let's please welcome the amazing hands up for Steelpan. that we got there in a turn. We say how to make it. Why you stay? So, of course, amazing. And DJ, how you gonna something to make all these young people stop it for them? What?
Hello. I know everybody does be like that, I know. But thank you. That's why I just do the home stream, so everybody can see me everywhere and So I gotta drop to like Eddie out there, and then I gotta transport him here. Every time there's always mentioned it, or Tobago when I don't know if you watch Tobago Carnival, where I walk in that dark street. Yeah, I know. I love it.
Next to the flagpole, our portable bags are located on the west side. Next to the flagpole in front of Central Bank. And of course, the energy inside is amazing. We want you when Safarians to get up some love after every song. Don't be afraid to dance. Shake a leg. To all the foreigners, if you're from another country, we welcome you. This is Trinidad and Tobago, the home of the Steelpan. And of course, our youths are born into this culture, born into this wonderful twin island republic. And we are here, enjoy energy. DJ, jump in front, jump in front. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Let's go, hey. You want to see all these things that I try to
That's a fun brother for the camera. Yeah. I mean, there's many more. That's why they invested. I don't get one. But I don't exactly know how to figure it out. Oh, okay, I'll do that. Thanks for looking up. No, it's pretty long, so I'm supposed to get smaller. Oh, this looks like a comment, but. Yeah, just open it up. That's much. What's your name? Derek. As always see you all in, but we never told Brandon. Yes. Yeah. What part? Maroon. Do you still live here? Yeah. Are you ever calling phone? As I see you and those two ladies. Yeah. Straight through. Me and with two ladies. Well, as I always see you with two ladies when you have to, I don't know if it's just go with you, but it's always with two ladies. I was with two. but is it? Yeah. Okay. Me and you,
Want to see how we love Trinidad young people? We love Trinidad young people. Realize when they stop what? What realize when they stop?
So you have a long tripod but no umbrella? Okay, alright. Alright.
You want to go to the stage? DJ them alone. We're going to go to the stage a band that is hailing from the vibrant town of Separia. Some people they say Separia, but we say Separia. And we say welcome to a group of young pannists that are making waves in their talent, their determination. They carry the proud Deftones legacy with fresh energy and youthful flair. When I say Del, you say Tones. Del. When I say Del, you say Tones. Del. And we say welcome to the outstanding Heritage Petroleum Superior Del Tones Youth Steel Orchestra.
Martin, that's too long way on, brother. Yeah, there's too long to cover.
You have room on this side? Or you only have a room for good looking women? I forget you there when you did.
Yes, you know I just waited.
I forget you when you should just stick it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, renegades. Propose smoke the pipe.
And right opposite Renegades is Fun PRL set up on the end there, boy. I got you.
It's right in the corner, but there's a amount of things to walk with.
Yeah, I know. That's why I do like to walk with so much
Yeah,
access. I would forget to.
That's the thing. How much money
Yeah.
Let's talk more fun.
Yeah, boy. You didn't see nothing? Don't mind, I don't mind. It might be coming again, Martins. I didn't want his son, but I didn't want to really need it. Martin, you were saying no under the tree, brother. When we was in the middle, here was real hot.
One, Everything for fun. Two for fun. Everything. Give it for fun on you. One. Everybody love a pan. Everybody love
Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for the Paradise version of the because we have on this next side 4 juniors, a staple in the junior competition. They are hailing from Dutton Street in San Fernando. They are a youth band bursting with rhythm, talent and determination. They proudly carry the Fontclair name into a bright steel pan future. You all know when we hear Fontclair, we think of that song. Anybody can tell me that song that we think of when we hear Fontclair? Pan by who? And the storm has left us, the rains is clearing up and we are here, Steelpan on the promenade. We talk about the history of Steelpan. It's one of cultural, resilience. We fought through so many different battles and Superior definitely showed their resilience by fighting through the rain. And now we get ready for the wonderful, let's welcome the spirited NLCB Fontclair Juniors.
but don't argue.
I think that'll go.
Supporting each other, like dancing in the rain or having a fun time. And to have a nice time, just turn right around to right behind there to face these wonderful youths in the ready. From the hills of Lamartin comes the youth band carrying one of the most iconic names in steel band history. With still pride and
Always.
future of our legendary legacy. And of course, the Steelpan in the junior panorama, Sunset 60. Please welcome the dynamic Desperados Youth Steel Orchestra, supported by the Abercromby Foundation. Make some noise for these guys. Let's go.
Yes, sir, yeah.
Thanks, brother. Alright guys, so I'm gonna position ourselves in the next band so we wouldn't face the situation again. So I'm gonna stay to the edge.
Youth Steel Orchestra. Oh my gosh, what an amazing performance. And just want to let you know that the next band is currently west. So just turn in the direction and walk down just a little bit. We're going to the next stage. You're seeing it right there with the wonderful Panchamago Feather Band. It's just walk on just a little bit. The crowd is looking nice. If you're hearing my voice, we are in the right place at the right time. And if you can't tell my voice, come a little closer. We're all going down to that next stage right there. We're heading to Supernova's Youth Soul. From the community of Road Below. would be remiss of me if I did not mention that we did have our line minister, the minister of community, the minister of culture and community development, the Honorable Ms. Michelle Benjamin. She was here, she did pass through, she came, she enjoyed the songs of our youth, she is supporting us. We have the fellowship and the power of our line of ministry, the Ministry of Culture and Community Development. So we say thank you to the Honorable Minister and her team for taking the time out of their busy schedule to be here this afternoon. Yes, for a short time, but they still showed up and showed their support just like you are doing right now. So we get ready for a band that plays second in the Junior Panorama competition this year. From the community of Lopino comes a youth band shining bright with talent and determination. They proudly represent what it means to be low boys, what it means to be legacy, and of course with fresh energy and the passion. Ladies and gentlemen, bring it to the stage from Surrey Village in Lopino. Let's make some noise and welcome the brilliant FCD Supernovas Youth Steel Orchestra.
Alright, so Anne Fraser in chat, your sister has just found me. Alright, so Anne Fraser, my member Anne Fraser, your sister just says hello.
my voice. All the vendors in the middle of the promenade and the beautiful side will be pleased. We're going to take our exodus from one side to the next side of the promenade. So all the vendors, please, with your cards, please put to one side. We're going to ask all our patrons to take a trip right now. If you are hearing my voice, ladies and gentlemen, this is Steelpan on the promenade. If you're passing through, you know finished work, don't go anywhere. Stay in the square. We here in Independence Square in Port of Spain. And we're going to take a trip right now to engine room. There you go, DJ. We want to see that trip. Wanna come across? Come across. We get it back to the next side by Dairy Queen. Let's go, let's go. Sing. We chippin', we chippin', we chippin'. All the patrons, we thank you for coming out. And we having a nice time. Let's go, hey. Everybody's coming across to the next side. And of course, remember, we have the NGC photo booth on this side. Make sure and take your pictures. Everybody, let's go, hey. Take a ship, hey, take a ship. Oh yes, gonna look good. We are here, Panchimbago, the youth arm of Panchimbago, celebrating World Steelpan Day 2025. August 11th, we had these amazing celebrations yesterday, and now we are celebrating the youth. Somebody put your hand in there right now and sing. 1, 2, 3. Where we at right now? In the engine room. Oh my gosh, we looking good. We headed to Tropical Angel House. The tent on your left. That is where we going. Chip. Oh my gosh. In the engine room we go. We headed to Tropical Angel House. The man on the left hand side. Oh yes, we looking good.
That was a bad time to come through here, but she's a bad time to come through here.
In 2025, they won the National Junior Panorama Championship. They're going to get first victory. And so now let's please welcome the vibrant Theater Tropical Angel Harps Youth Steel Orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Tech Tropical Angel Harps Youths. Now if you hear the sound of my voice, this is Steelpan on the Promenade Youth Edition. If you hear my voice, it just come up with me and along me and everybody need something to really just come inside the Promenade and listen to the youths of Trinidad and Tobago play the national musical instrument. And so, we are here in the Promenade Cornerstone Independence Day celebrating August Steelpan Month. Coming up next, we have a man from Woodford Audio. Oh my gosh, you see rain? There's only stuff cricket. It's a good thing we're not playing cricket today. But this man is right next to where the whole cricket is in Trinidad and Tobago. Right by the river on Chadwick Road. Coming from the heart of Woodford is a youth band carrying the proud Invaders tradition into a new era. Oh my gosh, with vibrant energy and pure love for the state band. They light up every stage they touch, and in 2019, they lit up the stage at Junior Panorama with their winning performance of Madness. And this year, oh my gosh, that part of the night now, what an amazing event. And they played them one of the top spots in the Junior Panorama competition this year. And so, it's always a pleasure to see the youth perform, it's always a pleasure to be around Steelpan. And so, we invite all the patrons over at my voice for the stage. Pull up, if you're not reaching out on the Independence Day, walk down to the central outside, to the very green side. We are here with Pancho Mago and the youth arm of Pancho Mago, celebrating the Steelpan And so we want you all to remember that this month, August, is all about Steelpan. And coming up on Friday, this Friday, we are hosting an induction where the oral history of the Steelpan is already on show. And so we get ready for the exceptional youth of Shell Invaders Youth Steel Orchestra. for the last time, we head back across to the central backside. And of course, we're gonna get ready for 2 more amazing bands. We're getting ready. So DJ, give me something to chip to. Let me go. Today has been a blessing. We are blessed to be celebrating the national instrument, the national musical instrument of Trinidad and Tobago. And so, let's go, chip. Oh my gosh. Steelpan on the promenade. We say thank you to all the bands that came out already. And so we want to say thanks to Phase 2, Toppers, Safaria Deltones, Desperados, Pontclair, Supernovas, Tropical Angel Hawks and Invaders. And now we're getting ready for 2 more bands. And of course, as you cross it back across the road, make sure and pass the merchandise booths. We have so much of merchandise on sale for you. Please check out our jerseys, our bottles, our caps, our hats. And we're getting ready. And of course, follow us on social media, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, and all of our social media platforms. Stay in tune with all of our Pan-Month activities. And so, now, coming from the heart of Port of Spain, the famous Duke Street, we present to you a youth band carrying the world-renowned All-Stars legacy into the future. And we know on Sunday gone, the All-Stars were in Times Square, New York, performing and of course making history. And now, with precision, with passion and youthful energy, they keep the music alive for generations to come. Your 2020 Junior Panorama champions all the way back in 2020, they performed Fog. We welcome to you the phenomenal Marcy Trinidad All-Stars Youth Steel Orchestra.
Yeah! Yes.
That's it? Yes. Yeah.
In our whole movie and trailer.
Wow, what an amazing performance. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, today has been a great day, and now we have our final band, last but by no means least, hailing from 138 Renegades Way, comes a powerhouse of young talent carrying the unstoppable renegade spirit in every note. And you don't have to go far, just turn around and walk right next to the band. They are the reigning Junior Panorama Champions 2025, owning the stage with skill, fire and pride. Representing music, legacy and family, this year they celebrate 25 years as a Youth Steel Orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, our final band this afternoon, Promenade, Panchimego and Youth Arm of Panchimego. Let's welcome and make some noise for the phenomenal BP Renegades Youth Steel Orchestra.
I was thinking something about that. Right
honorable champions, and this brings us to the end, the official end of our event. Steelpan on the Promenade Youth Edition, and on behalf of the president.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end. BP Renegades, as always, has blazed the trail. If anybody is new here, my name is Brandon. You don't need to call me RadicleTube. My name is Brandon. This is what I look like.
Thank you to our Steelpan ambassadors, NGC and BPTT.
And I always have on my shirt.
For the continued support of the Ministry of Culture and Community Development and our line minister, the Honorable Michelle Benjamin, for her show of support today.
If you ever see me,
and of course, we want to
don't feel compelled to not invite me, come say hi. Once again, my name is Brandon. Welcome to the stream. If you're not subscribed to the channel, it is free. It is free to subscribe. We recently hit 20k last night. We could hit 20.1k right now.
Do not forget, next Wednesday, the 20th of August at 5 p.m, we have the Pan and Powder Parade in Port of
And as you guys just heard, I will be live for Pan and Powder again. It will be my 4th year in a row streaming Pan and Powder. So
energy parade featuring the top steel orchestras along 2 grand routes, culminating at the Queen's Park Savannah with electrifying performances. And of course, once again, do not forget to follow us on all our social media pages: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, Linktree, and of course, visit our Pantry Big
Alright, so I just want to say thank you to Allison for your donation. I appreciate that. I think I did get some PayPal. Let me check real quick. Oh, and Patricia. Patricia, if you're still here, fun fact, Patricia, you just funded my Tobago Carnival trip. So because of your generosity over the 2 days, you have funded my Tobago Carnival trip. So I hope you're there for when I go Carnival in October. And also, before you guys leave, I have something very, very interesting to show you. If my moderator K-Rich could type exclamation Papayo in chat, that's exclamation Papayo all together. Type exclamation Papayo in chat. You guys are going to see something very interesting. It's something I've wanted to share for months, but haven't gotten around the time to do that. Just something to share with everybody on stream. No, thank you very much, Alison. I do appreciate that. Or any modern chat, if you type exclamation Papayo, Papayo, all together, exclamation Papayo, have something interesting to share. No, not. Jen, we'll talk about that a little bit later. Yes, like how Joycelyn did at their carriage. Alright, so if you guys click that link, I'll give you guys a second. That is a big reveal. So I'll give you approximately 20 seconds to click that link, and you guys are going to see what's going on. Yeah, he vibes, man. And also look, Marlon from, well, they know Marlon from All Stars. No, we just vibe Marlon every time. No, every time, every single time.
You look for my Sunday.
Oh, go on.
Times Square.
True, eh? True. Was your ears on just now?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, it's on good though, so I can't say that. No, it's on good. It's on Oh, for the pan, the clash thing.
What do you mean? This is like the one from
I didn't even get to listen to it yet, so I didn't listen to it.
Yeah, that's not. 27 year job. 30 years.
Yeah, well,
And 30 years avenue.
that whole
Well, yes,
2
somebody
days.
saying avenue shipping to the Sunday.
Hold on.
I'm not sure.
Alright. Did anybody get you the link that's in chat there? Do you see the name of the beach? Alright, so those of you who aren't aware of what happened, let me just quickly explain to you what took place. Let me quickly explain to you. That's not the command. This is a very short story. A very, very short story. So 3 months ago, we went on the beach in Grand River. We went on the beach in Grand River 3 months ago, and we decided to hike around some rocks. If you look for the stream, you could probably find it. We decided to hike around some rocks because I was feeling adventurous, and I always wanted to know what's on the other side of that beach in Grand River. So it's inaccessible unless you hike across the rocks. So we did hike across the rocks on stream, mind you, and we came across this very small inlet beach, and the whole beach was just filled with pebbles. Like, there was pebbles of all different colors, sizes, all stains, everything. And it was just pebbles all over. It was just a pebble beach. It hardly had sand. So I decided, I'll just put in a bid for this beach because we discovered it on the RadicleTube channel. And a week later, it went through. So we have our own beach up on the north coast called RadicleTube's Pebble Beach. So if you was to click that link in chat, it will take you straight to Pebble Beach and you see it on the north coast. We have our own beach. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? So yes, just wanted to share that small that small bit of thing there, which is quite amazing. Alright, so I have seen some donations on PayPal. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much to everyone who took it out of the kindness of their hearts to donate to what I do. I really appreciate it. As I always say, this goes back into the stream 100%. All of this will just go straight back into accommodation in Tobago, fares, boat fares, food, and streaming for Carnival in Tobago, which is the last week in Tobago as always. I think it's the 25th to the 27th. So all of this will go into booking my place and the transportation to get there and the stay and everything. So I do appreciate everything as always. There will be no going home stream today, obviously. It's very early. I normally only do going home streams when it's like super late, so you guys could go home with me, but it's like barely 7 p.m. so no real going home streams right now. So I'll be ending here in a bit. I'm just gonna all talk with some members of All Stars and stuff right now. But again, thank you very much for everybody who came in, liked the stream, vibe. You remember Pep? Yeah, Gloria. Yeah. Thank you, Joycelyn. Nah, me, nah. Not Daki, not at all. Umbrella, wait, do I have my umbrella? 1 second. Oh, yo, okay, you get me frightened there, no, because my umbrella in my backpack and I'm like, wait. Yeah. Humble us safe. Hey, don't talk to this man here. No, I don't know.
You can't come between this boy. You can't come. It's real decades, you know. It's decades.
He started off playing together. He was in my section.
Yeah. I was the worthless when I leave and I went to work already. Still.
But he more worthless. But he worthless.
Not flip the script.
I never show my daughter.
She here?
Yeah, she playing my show in town. And to me, I'm going to see her. Yeah, she there behind her. I was giving the very dancer. Malik! He's a friend of mine, should have been in the bar. He does work, he does do live one day. Come and do live one day. Tell him the car.
Do you want to say hi to my people or you don't want to be on camera? No? Alright, that's okay. That's okay. I'm not able to. True, but it's true, but oh gosh. So what's the back end? What's the back end? Yeah, could have been Well, it's not all the renditions they chose for the youth. Well, I had to say because it's sung real good. It's sung. No, well, you should be sleeping all now, but well.
They joke to us, let's go all now, I'm never done. Listen, if we didn't have that performance, Monday. Monday was good something for Panas. Panas came from us, right? That was it. I said, I'm play something now. I want to play Monday. Morning, they like how things come down here, square morning, I like that.
I like it just like the exercise.
That, you see that show there?
Even they collected umbrellas.
You know, umbrellas, man, this country today, one play night, morning, they have this country for two. That state, when you're on 200, they got money.
Come on.
They got money. So, like I said, look for little.
All of us went.
I think for last minute. I mean, it was in the air, it was dying out. Like if you know, then bam, that's it. After like, you know, Monday they got caught. They got up on Wednesday, Tuesday, Saturday,
Where's everybody? Where is everybody?
They see that enough festivals all over the world that fans could survive. You don't take people here. So you balance all that stuff. People could come fans are so big now that government send you budgeting for Canada. When they make the money, tell you, hey,
Don't take me like
it's $40 million.
flying buses.
Right? You gain them back money, and you still have money to run the organization, pay all them back money. Most of the festivals are in Europe and Japan. Each band in the finals, so we leave about 3 times for the year. I just need final band, and you still have other more bands that can play them and everything here. So you don't have a final band, flying something. You join with America, just everything Africa, just. Right? If they really think it's good, I'm going to do these bands and them. You join the band and everything. You got to work like you work.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
We want Spain. We spend some money in Spain. That one is so cool. What? Time 1 year, 1 year, 4 weeks.
So, when something starts
make you sit down. 250. 25 euro. Make you cheap, but for that, 25 euro. So 25 euro. So it's 250 You just put 250 in a week?
Nah, I know.
That's a fortnight, yeah? Once you make it good. If you go to buy food, it's not a different story. A lunch alone could cost you 25 euros. It's just 1 day.
Yeah.
You didn't buy breakfast, you didn't buy dinner yet. Right? And you still have 14 more, 22 more days of that. If you buy a thing and you cook it, so that's what we are doing, we're cooking. And we cook it for 2 days. 50 days, and we're relaxing. 50 days, okay. But I don't say mine. You're playing every day, eh?
I'm going to do my favorite one. Stay with my camera, you know. I'll go in. I'll go in and photo what's ready.
One part we tried, I thought they were going to be making it. She said, I'm good, but I'm going to do it. Fix it.
Darren, let's forget his vehicle. Darren, let's go on the first. Alright, cool. So now it's 2 vehicles that is full.
How much will it be?
Well, you don't have 4.
Who Daniel going with me?
Okay.
No, we have so many bottles. Cindy, it's Jackie, Daniel, and 2 others.
Jackie, Daniel, 2 others.
Yeah, because, yeah. No, Daniel came up with 2 members. Jackie, Daniel, I and some of them.
Alright.
And she going up. So,
Let's get it started. That's the only thing, I mean, they sound different too, but I don't find all of them bound to that. Why is Sunday, right? Huh? I don't know if they go on. Nah, my daughter's still there. So. How long I tell them I go in?
Stacy came down with you all?
Huh?
Stacy came back with you all?
Just on the airport, she come
Next floor.
flight out to us.
The money.
So they come straight. So she was coming inside with the girl and Chris and
on, y'all. Come on, y'all.
Let's now. Room for one more. Oh, you're Betty. You're getting pull up.
Okay? Huh? Who's going with me? You ready? Saeed.
Well, that's the other final from them. That's not. You know anything about your
Yes? Wait, oh? Okay, I have a clue. No, I never seen Cindy? You had, this side of the boy, auntie?
True.
You taking it?
some money.
Yes, you take it?
2 weeks we ain't doing nothing. What's that?
Come go with me then, Lizelle.
Right,
What,
so
Friday?
Lizelle,
Sunday.
Saeed, Daniel, and Jackie.
Saeed, Daniel,
And Jackie.
and Auntie Jackie. All right.
So you get confirmation if the date move or is still the same? Pan on the album.
So
I
Saeed,
don't know.
Lizelle,
I really hope it doesn't though.
Alright,
The
let's
Tyrell thing. Going on.
Right?
For the Sunday, I haven't moved to the Sunday. I will come.
Come, Lizelle.
I don't want
The
to.
cooler. The cooler can go in the shop?
Wait.
No.
Come in.
Yes.
So when I'm hungry, I don't want food.
Come down.
Water? Come on, boy.
Huh? Well, they have a greenhouse, right? That's crazy.
I can walk on. If there are people that take, I can. If there are other people that take,
Go take your turn.
I.
It was nice. Everybody say goodbye to Marlon. We will see him again for pan and powder.
There's something in the pan. You share something. I don't know if you might play.
Oh, okay. You message me now in case.
Yeah, come up there. What is cooler?
Wait, where you going?
Huh?
You need help for that? Oh, where you going?
Malika. Alright. Huh? The talking about wasn't feeling so good at that time. Send me the bank, change money, take pay off farm. All the time. They said, when I come back first, because I don't know eat today. So that's a schedule time. Then buy some teeth and I was in it. Maybe $12,000. I paid back about, I finished pay back about 2 weeks. So I pay off. But yeah.
I get those expensive people, right?
Fault 1 year later. Still? 1 year later? Well, 2 there, you're right. You're right. Minutes of put this some minutes. Of course, some people. You know, move on nobody time, man. Yeah. Okie dokie, let's look to head out, boys and girls. It was another nice, successful event. Wait, do I have this thing up, bro? That's crazy. Right. So we're looking to head out, boys and girls. Thank you so much for joining us. Just repeating, there's no going home stream today because it's super early. It's now past 7, so we don't no need for a going home stream. But thank you. We may have a stream before pan and powder. Don't hold me to that, but I'll try my best because there's a couple things that is being talked about that they're having. A couple things, so we'll hold out for those couple things that they keep talking about. But yeah, it's about that time to head out. Everybody on the live who just stayed and hung, it was wonderful. I am looking to go bye-byes. Everyone have a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday. And of course we'll be back again, more pan events coming your way. Have a good night, everybody.